Restart.
Hello, my ladies. Welcome to what is going to be the first in a number of streams I'm planning to do where I'm going to turn the volume on that down. Where we're going to play through FF14 from the start, and I'm going to try and walk you through step by step through every little bit of it, because I have a couple of people who I know are like, should I get into it? So this is meant to be kind of an aid for that, and now that I'm caught up on university work after spending 2 weeks playing Dawntrail, I can finally stream again. I guess let's just get right into it. This is all off the top of my head too, so forgive me if anything goes wrong. I've changed the layout a bit, as you can see. So depending on how the chat works, I might have to do some live tinkering with it, but hopefully that won't happen. So this is step, I don't know what, of character creation, but the point is, up to this point, it's all been like flavor and appearance and so on. So now you get to the real part, which is talking about what kind of character you want to be. So the game kindly now shows you these roles. So you get an overview of each one. Let me just close the chat sensor real quick. You have to censor the chat because the community is great. So tank does what you think it is. Jocat said it really well. In FF14, there are 3 kinds of DPS. There's red DPS, green DPS, and blue DPS. Tank and healer have responsibilities beyond just dealing damage, but dealing damage is the core of every job. So don't just be like, oh, I want to just like heal and not do anything else and pick healer and make us hate you. Don't do that. So these are now drop downs, and in the top left it will tell you like what you're kind of getting into. And the main thing that this actually influences, shut up, Casey. The main thing that this actually influences early on is where you start. So Gladiator, Pugilist, and Thaumaturge will start in Uldar, which is like a merchant desert city. Marauder and Arcanist will start in Limsa, which is a like pirate city on the sea. It's really cool. And then Conjurer, Lancer, and Archer all start in Gridania, which is like the Shire. It's an elven forest type thing, and also it should be burned to the ground. I'm going to go with Marauder just because we are going to jump around a bunch of different classes. If you can't decide, or like you haven't done anything in advance, you can actually go down here to where your attire is, and you can pick, it'll show you what your level 45 and 50 gear. Listen, I'm not going to sugarcoat it. Gridania should be burned. So this is Paladin, Warrior, White Mage, rocking the traditional White Mage robes. Pugilist turns into Monk, so you have the classic Monk outfit, such as it is. Lancer, you have Dragoon. Archer, you have whatever this is meant to be. Thaumaturge, you're a Black Mage, and Arcanist, you're a Summoner. I should mention, Arcanist does turn into 2 jobs. It turns into Scholar and Summoner. Scholar is a healer, which is kind of arguably a problem because healer queue times are much faster. So like if you want to play Summoner, you probably won't ever play it except at Cap because it's so much better to just level it as Scholar, because Scholar and Summoner share experience. Yeah. We're going to go with Marauder because that way we'll start at Limsa, which I like, and we'll be playing Tank, which I like. But we will be jumping around a bunch of different roles because I do not want to waste main story quest experience. And especially if you're a DPS, main story quest experience is really important. Actually, on that... never mind. Oh yeah, that's true. I hadn't even thought of that. Yeah, because you can start as Warrior, you can start as Marauder or Arcanist, and then you can pick up Rogue, which is melee DPS, and Arcanist turns into Scholar at 30. Although by that point you could have also just gone and picked up Conjurer if you wanted to. Yeah, Lauren's totally right. That's actually a good idea. However, I'm starting here because I like it here. Also, we'll be doing something that is new even for me, which is that I've got the Japanese audio on. Normally I play in English, but the Japanese voice cast is persistent. It changed after A Realm Reborn, which is something of a point of contention. And I normally play in English, so here we go. The Japanese voice cast is like super like well vetted voice actors. The music cutting out, I forgot. It's been a long time since I've seen this. Actually, there is one good thing about Gridania, and that's that it has the funniest intro cutscene. Okay, this is a version of the Aleport theme that I had apparently forgotten existed. Is this the only start where you don't get attacked by the local beast tribe? I think it is, because in the Gridanian and Uldar starts, you get attacked by, I can never remember the bird guys' names. Ixley, or whatever they're called. Ixal, that's it. Okay, they get mentioned here, but they don't attack, unlike in the other two. Because in Gridania, your cart gets ambushed by Ixal, and in Uldar, it's by Amalja.
エオルゼアの南西バイルブランド島。ロータの海に面するリムサ・ロミンサは島南部のラノシア地方を領する海洋都市国家である。湾内にある島々と岩礁の上に渡された橋楼が作る街並みは女神の名を取りリムレーンのベールと称されるほど美しい。海の都と謳われるこの都市に今一人の冒険者が訪れようとしている。
This was definitely voiced in English at least. So I assume it was in Japanese as well.神々に愛されし地エオルゼアの歴史に名を残すもの。この冒険者の長き旅は海の都リムサ・ロミンサから始まる。 And now I have to put the chat sensor back up because the chat will be on screen in a moment. Okay, so now that we're getting started, I need just a second where I'm going to turn that off so that I can sort something out real quick. Just a moment. Okay, there we go. Sorry about that. Just sort that out real quick. I'm just going to... What is going on in my UI? I bet it's because... Right. So normally I would copy and paste my UI settings from one to the other. From one character to another when I make a new character. But for this one I haven't, because I want to walk through like each and every step. So I set this so that it limits FPS away from keyboard, just so that my computer is working less hard when I'm not here. I recommend borderless windowed. Full screen and windowed both tend to not run great, but this is really whatever's up to you. Let's see if this... Yeah, so the problem with doing the UI scaling is that you really quickly run out of screen space. So I recommend setting it to 100, but then we're going to scale it. What do we do with this? Yeah, okay, now let's turn you back up to... That's probably about right. Okay. Sound settings, I recommend turning off everything except system sounds for when window is not active. The advantage to this is that if you are tabbed out, for example, and you're waiting, you'll still hear the sound when your queue pops, which is kind of great. This system configuration stuff is actually retained, so I don't need to screw around with it. Play music when mounted is default. Enable normal battle music is default. These are up to you. This is just volume setting stuff. I do recommend turning off the speaker volume if you use a controller, because otherwise it will try and play a bunch of weird stuff through the controller, and that's really obnoxious. Graphics settings come up to you. Again, you may choose to turn off a lot of the things that are related to other party members. I don't, because my computer's kind of okay, but like you can. And especially for stuff like movement physics, turning them off or turning them to simple for like other party members and NPCs. There is a relatively reasonable processing gain for like no noticeable detriment. The only reason these are all on full is because I was lazy. The limit mouse operation to game window. This can be useful if you don't have a very big screen, for example, or you tend to move the mouse too far. I'm pretty okay about that, so I don't do that. For the gamepad, I do actually have some suggestions to make here. But do I have to? No, I have to do that from the character config. Theme settings, there is technically the light theme, which will kill you because it's so bright. The classic FF and clear blue ones are actually quite nice if you don't just like the dark one, but I like dark schemes generally. I'll show you that. And this is for if you have, so color filtering, this one is for color blindness. So you can go through the 3 usual types and you can change the range as well, which is kind of nice. Visual alerts adds these at the side of the screen, which are kind of hard to see. Let me turn that up. There we go. And I'll turn off the chat sensor. So you can see here that we're getting these alerts down here. Yeah. So you can see that coming out. So if you're like, if you need to compensate for not hearing an audio cue, then this is a thing that exists. That's not me, so I genuinely don't know how useful that will or will not be. But it's there, so that's nice at least. So let's go over to character configuration. Now standard type, yeah. I recommend setting this to legacy type. So standard type, if you use WASD, this is tank controls. This is awful. Legacy type makes it camera based, so this is DAWS. This also makes it a lot easier to do mechanics, so you have to be facing a certain way because you can just tap to turn in that direction, which is a lot easier. And these defaults you can probably leave just fine. I recommend turning off all of these skip playback ones, so these are just the previously viewed ones. And you can reverse access here if you want. Enable camera effects when initiating actions. This is, I believe, will turn off the shaky cam that you get with some effects like Reaper and Gunbreaker have this. And these are useful when there's like a high traffic going on, because like on day 1 of Dawntrail, all of the quest NPCs were like underwater with how many players were on top of them. Yeah. Like, it is preference based, but I genuinely think that legacy type is ultimately better simply because it's so easy to turn around and there are gaze mechanics, so you have to be facing or not facing a certain way. Target settings. I like automatically face target when using action. You can turn this off. I use it to turn more quickly because there is a slight delay when you turn using movement versus when you turn using an action, which is instant. This one is really preference based though. You don't need, there's no reason to target pets or minions anymore, so you can leave this on. Target circle to target select will influence. Is this the ground targeting thing? I generally don't know. I recommend leaving automatically lock on target off though. Lock on is pretty dangerous to use in this game. It's really important to have like full movement. I would recommend leaving full auto target on, especially if you are on a controller. I do recommend turning on cone though. So this causes it to, like, let's say, there's no one here. Yep, and he's gonna yell at us. So let's say, oh, it changed this back. So here, for example, with ignore depth on, I'd probably target this character first, but with cone on, if I'm standing like here, I'll probably target this one first if I just tap the target button, which can be useful, especially on controller, because selecting like specific targets on controller is a pain in the ass. Target ring, this is mostly for gamepad, but you can either lock it to the cursor or use R1 plus L to move it if you want to have it unlocked. Target ring, target lines, and aggro lines, always leave these on. Aggro lines in particular will show you who got the first bit of aggro in a pull, which is really important. And you can quick filter your stuff here. Filters, this is mostly a controller thing, because on PC you'll just like click on someone you want to target. But on controller you might want to fiddle around with this, and you can fiddle it here as well. So you can use the left bumper and specific buttons. So like this one, for example, makes it so you can use L1X to really quickly cycle through the party. So that's useful if you're healing, for example. Character. Manually adjust visor. This is actually just the /visor command. If you open this up, that's actually just this button. So some headgear has like a special like up and down visor that you can use. So you don't need to worry about this here. I like auto sheath off, and I also like turn down the idle animation. Battle effect settings. This is a big one. I have it on show all, but you may want to change the party or others to show limited so that you can see better what's going on. Especially in alliance raids, there's a lot of stuff going on, and it can sometimes make it a bit confusing as to like what exactly you're doing and what the boss is doing. So turning these down is really helpful for dealing with that. Yeah. And this is entirely preference stuff. Yeah, okay. So let's go over to the item settings. I recommend using the expanded inventory. Actually, let's just do open all. So what this does is when you bring up your inventory, this shows you everything. Whereas expanded looks like this. So if you have open all set, so this is your entire inventory, all 140 slots of it, and then your key items and crystals are on another tab. We'll get to this later. If you have a smaller screen, you may need to like not do that, but these things happen. I recommend just leaving this as it is, and these are mostly what is the word that I'm looking for? These are mostly preference things, and you can like manipulate the subcommands here. This is more useful in controller, so that you can turn off things that you have no intention of using. And so here you have sort customization. I just use fill tabs in order, and I use shop settings. So this is like, if you have spirit bound an item, or it's meldable, or like it has materia, or it's unique and untradeable, or whatever, this will warn you just in case. So that's good to have. UI time. So this is, again, it's all preference stuff. Display item help, I strongly recommend having turned on. But it's also a good idea to have alt text toggling, so you can use the alt key to hide this. This stuff will show up when you mouse over it on your hotbar, which we'll talk about in a little bit. You can disable that if you want as well. So like with that done, we get those pop-ups. So early on, I recommend keeping this because it's, really useful to know, like be able to just mouse over and check what something does. Once you have everything under your belt, you might want to turn this off. And pop-up help is, I forget what that is. I think that this is the active guide thing. I would probably turn the play guide off because it's pretty useless. And this is the instant portrait thing that you can have a fiddle with. This will show like a big blotch on screen at the start of a duty, but it won't matter because there's like a lull before you really get started. Yeah, depending on, like 5 is the maximum, so this is stuff that's like all this stuff over here. So we're going to turn off inventory grid, we're going to turn off the guild display, you can actually cycle the time here. So this is the server time. So I'm playing on an American server, so it's 11:21 a.m. over there. It's 9:21 p.m. over here. And in-game, it's 2:08 p.m. and it's 1 minute per 5 seconds or something like that. That's relevant for the weather and things like that. Whether you want to display some of this is kind of up to you. A bunch of this stuff is not being displayed on my screen yet because it's not available yet. I would always turn on display targets remaining HP percentage. I'd recommend that you keep this off because you want to see what everyone is doing. But in alliance raids, you can end up with like 2 bars full of just debuffs that your people are putting on the... Yeah, it's literally whether or not you're a gatherer or you're trying to fill out your sightseeing log, because some of them are time related. I'm just gonna do this. Actually, no, I'm going to leave that on display. Settings. Party list, scenario abbreviated, hide party list with solo. So this means that if you don't have anyone else, your party list won't appear up here. I'd strongly recommend displaying the remaining time status effects, and you can turn the status effect icon display up. It defaults to 5. You can turn it up to 10, which I recommend doing because you will overrun that almost immediately. And here you can define the party list by role order. This is determined by which role you are playing. So for me, I always keep them the same. So it's tank at the top, healer in the next slot, and DPS down the bottom. But depending on what you're doing, you might want to change that. I don't, so I'm going to leave that alone. Displays my full name. I need to do this because technically, like, people can get mad at you displaying them on your stream without their consent. I recommend turning on the class or job icons so you can tell at a glance what everyone is playing. Hotbar settings. The pet hotbar will only be displayed while you have a pet summoned, so it's kind of irrelevant. Hotbar 1 or 2. Now I'm going to do some really cursed stuff here. I changed these and moved them around for reasons that we will get into at some point. The way that I set my hotbars and stuff up is kind of cursed. We'll talk about that when we get to it. So sharing these are pretty interesting. These shared ones let you have it so that, like, for example, if you wanted to have a hotbar that just had like hot swaps for your jobs, so for example, here we go. If I drag this, I could now change to Marauder whenever I wanted by clicking this button. So if you wanted to have like a hotbar, well, you're going to get how I lay out hotbars, which makes sense to me, but you should lay them out in a way that's comfortable for you. So yeah, so for example, if you had like a hotbar that just had like all your jobs on it, so you could switch to it whenever without having to open up the character menu, you could like say, okay, I'm going to put all of those on hotbar 10, and then hotbar 10 will be the same on all of my jobs, so it will become a shared hotbar. I don't do that, but you could do that for things like having an emotes panel, an macro panel for stuff that you use, like all kinds of stuff. So it is quite useful if you're into that. Cross hotbar. So this is, let me try and move it out of to a reasonable point. Come here. No. Hold on. So the cross hotbar is how it works if you play on controller. So you hold down L2 and then these are the D-pad and these are the face buttons. And it's the same over here. What I do is I set it so that when... Where is the... Is it here? Yeah. So what I do is I set it so that when you press one shoulder button and then the other one, it will display crossbar 8. So this effectively doubles the amount of space that you have. And then you can add, like, you can make like hotbar 7 be another one you can access through double tapping, which gives you another 16 buttons. So you can have 16, 32, 48 buttons on controller like that. You won't run out of buttons, you might run out of comfortable buttons. And I recommend turning off enable auto hotbar switching when drawing or sheathing weapon. That might have been useful at some point for something, but I have no idea what that would have been. So let's turn that off. And put these vaguely back where they belong. And then log window settings, so I need to make this quite a bit bigger if I'm going to make it a comfortable size. I want to turn the don't know why the profanity filter was off. I want to turn the font size on this up to 14 is good. I also recommend that you create a 4th log with timestamps. Actually, I generally recommend having timestamps. But I recommend making a 4th log, which we will get into in a minute. So this 4th log, so we hit plus down here to add a new tab. I have auto unsheath off, but that one like lets you automatically switch hotbars when you switch between sheathed and unsheathed, which is just kind of like why. Sorry, I'm gonna add a new one. I'm gonna call this one chat. And what this one actually is gonna be is, so we go into log filters, and in this one we will select say, yell, shout, party, alliance, PvP team. And emotes, and in battle. And that one. Okay. So what this does is this gives you... Yeah, I mean, you can just set a hotbar for that. I guess it could be useful in controller. So what this chat bar does is the only thing this will have in it is like things that people have said during chat. Unlike general, which has like everything, battle, which only has battle commands. I can't sprint here. And event, which only has stuff that's from events. Chat is a very useful tab to have when you are trying to report someone because they've been being a huge asshole to you in a duty. I didn't used to have this, now I do. It sucks, but it's the internet. And... okay. That's all the really basic settings, but I also want to start setting up my HUD because I don't like how anything is set up to begin with, so let's go over here. So you can actually set up 4 separate things. So for example, on my main, I have a duplicated layout, but I have a few things swapped around on this one, which I use when I'm healing. So here's what I'm going to do. We're going to put the experience bar all the way over here. And we're going to make it a lot smaller. Not that much smaller. That's good. You want to be able to see it, but it doesn't have to like take up the middle of the screen. It's not that important. Next up, I'm going to move my parameter bar. I move this all the way down to the bottom. Now, there's basically one like really well developed way of doing this, which I don't do. But the idea is that you basically draw like a square around here, which is like the main part of the screen that you're looking at, and you put everything important in that square. So then you have to look around less. I can like deal with that, so I tend to have things spread out, like on a controller. Like I'm playing, like sitting back from the screen a lot more than I really am. But I'm going to turn the size of this one up a bit. Up a lot, actually. In fact, that's probably arguably a bit too much, but I am not going to lose it. So then let's just get you out of the way. Don't even display it. Be gone. 1, 2. I'm actually going to increase the size of these slightly. Yeah, that's a bit more comfortable. And this time I'm going to set these up in actually the proper order. So I'm actually going to move 1 and 2 over here, for reasons that will make sense shortly. Bar 3, edit, we're going to turn you on, and we're going to change you to be the same. Actually, you know what, I'm just going to move this over here, and I'll show you why in a little bit. So hotbar 3 goes over here. Hotbar 4 I changed to be the same, and it goes over here, and we make it the correct size if I don't forget because I'm dumb. A hotbar 5 we do differently. This one goes upright. And I put it over here. I'm like trying to recreate my hotbars from memory. Because I haven't actually thought about how I place these in forever. I just do it. So, bit of a gap there. We'll sort that out in a little bit. I'll move the progress bar down to about here, and then we're going to take the target bar and we're going to move it down to here. I may have to tweak these some more because I'm kind of like guessing where everything goes. And the limit gauge, we're going to move all the way up to that corner. The scenario guide I'm going to put down here. Party list goes up here. The heat list I actually put over here. I want to be able to see it, especially when I'm tanking. And the pet bar can go over here. This will always be pretty small. And I like to put the alliance list over here. Just so it's kind of close by. I've got my hotbars backwards again. Yeah, okay, I do want to move hotbar 1 over here. There's a reason for this. It's a weird reason, but it's like an important one. It has to do with how the game like automatically does stuff in some duties, and I need to switch it on my main. So it's good if I like remember to do it on this one. Okay. So we're gonna go to hotbar 1. We're gonna go to saves. No. Oh, that's good. I'm forgetting how things work. Okay. Focus target bar also goes down here. Usually on top of the pet bar, because we're probably not using the pet hotbar. Or you can put this up here and just kind of not worry about it. Base gauge is going to go down here. This will make more sense later. I like to stack my enhancements up and my enfeeblements up here, and then the other bar can go up here, and then we'll just move this stuff up into this corner, except that I'm going to make the minimap quite a bit bigger. Yeah, that's more like it. You can see that the box for the minimap is actually quite a bit bigger than the minimap itself, so you can afford to go off the edge quite a bit with this one. There she's comfy. And we'll move the duty list up to this corner, and notices to about here-ish. And the menu you can see right down here. Yeah, the not so many. I've seen some people who just put it like right here in case they want to use it. Okay, so now I need to remember, is there's a thing you can do. And this is why I didn't want to just copy it, because I wanted to have to find it myself, so that then people had like a explanation. Here we go. So on hotbar display, select hide unassigned slots and turn off disable hotbar numbers, disable the hotbar cycling button, and leave enable drag and drop positioning on. And I like to center the cast time, but you could change that if you wanted to. So what I like to do is I'm going to go into my keybinds and we're going to change basically everything. So we're going to unbind the strafe commands because we do that already just by going left and right. If you just move left and right, okay, that button did not do what I thought it did. Let me, they do not display class or job items because that doesn't do. So if you are just moving, you'll notice that the camera pivots slightly, so you kind of move in an arc. But if you hold the left click, then then don't move the mouse, you'll strafe. I like having this like option because this movement is surprisingly useful. But you could just like have A and D set to strafe instead if you wanted to, and it probably wouldn't hurt you. The thing about strafing, according to the game's definition of strafing, is that that will not change your facing. And the whole point of this was that you could like quickly change facing. So yeah, turn this off. Toggle between run and walk. What do I usually set you to? Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Fine diving descend. Yep. Flip camera is not that useful, but there's some things where it's very useful because you can quickly like check behind yourself. So for example, like this, you get the full view without having to spin the mouse, so you may find that better. Just mind that it flips based on where the camera is, not where the character is facing. Targeting, I use tab and shift tab, and you can use the F keys, which is useful for a lot of people. Set focus target will default to shift F. I'm actually going to set it to control shift F. And the reason for that is that I'm going to use shift F. And we'll clear face target. If you want to face the target, you can just like move and face them. This cycle up and down list, what I do for this is cycle through, where is the cycle through PCs? It's not there. I love this game. See, if you just use the numpad normally, it will like cycle like up and down on the numpad, will just casually cycle through things. I don't know why that doesn't appear in this unless it's on something weird. Ah, yeah, okay. So move cursor up and cycle through party list. These are so that you can like basically have a D-pad. So I set this to my mouse buttons. So I can double click a mouse button. These are my side mouse buttons. I double click these. Oh, hello. I thought you were not being online at all. Which is actually why I did this instead of something else. But that's okay. I'm going to clear print screen because I take my own screenshots. Toggle UI display mode. This is really useful for taking screenshots. You press scroll lock and the UI disappears. There's also, you can hold X and this will turn off player name displays, which can be useful. Right, let me go back to that targeting. And I'm going to turn off Shift T as well. Shortcuts. So these are worth getting familiar with. So this brings up the character menu. Control C brings over your currency. Your inventory, your armory chest, your chocobo saddlebag, which I don't have, are all on variations of I, which is useful. Actions and traits, get used to this one. This is P. You'll want to know where this is. Most of the rest of these, except for O, you don't need to worry about so much. O brings up this menu where you can look at all of this stuff. And this will teach you about player search. Link shells you could clear if you wanted to. Duty finder you probably do want on a hotkey because you'll use it a lot. Timers you definitely want on a hotkey because you will use it all the time. And the same for the journal. These logs you could probably take off if you wanted to, and in fact I'm going to because I access these through buttons instead. Don't need the orchestrion list. You do want signs and waymarks handy because you will be using those. And for these I use Control Shift R and Control Shift T for return and teleport. And you don't really need these on shortcuts either. Chat, this is kind of whatever you want it to be. I recommend using Alt versions of R because if you use my setup where you use the like Q, E, R, T keys, you don't want to be trying to press fighting button and accessing chat instead. However, I do want to set chat log zoom. Where is it? It's going to be under system, isn't it? Yeah, it's fine. So this will cause it so that if I do this, it goes boom, you get to see the login full screen like this, which is useful when you are taking screenshots for various purposes, or you need to like copy and paste a big bunch of text all at once. Yeah, the game will default using num0 and num will stop as confirm and cancel. If you are facing something and you just tap the confirm command, you'll target them. This is actually how I do a lot of my targeting, which is kind of cursed apparently. I find this, like the defaults here, really comfortable to use. Whether or not you find that comfortable to use is really going to be up to you. Hotbar, so this is where things get, let's say, problematic. I'm just going to turn the unassigned slots back on so that we can see what we're doing here. And I'm just going to turn the numbers back on as well because I may have to change that around a little bit. So here's what I like to do. So we're going to have, no, that's wrong. Where 7 is, this is what I would consider my 1 button. So we're going to do, starting here, Q, E, R, yes, T, and then I'm going to leave a gap, and then this is F, and then for the slots above it, we do Control, and then for hotbar 2. We do Shift QERT, and instead of doing Shift F up here, which you could do if you wanted to, I actually have space. And then this one, which is the bottommost of this, is control space. I know this looks really cursed. There is a good reason for it, I promise. Let's just move you over there and I'll make a bit more room here. And then on this one, so hotbar 3, starting from slot 7 at the bottom, we do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm not going to use these 6 ones because they're uncomfortable for me to reach. I have pretty long fingers, so hitting like Control T is no problem for me. But hitting like Control 6 is pushing the friendship a bit. And then on the ones above it, Lauren has a big problem with how I lay out my hotbars, but this is what works for me. I strongly recommend that you can take this as advice or look up someone else's hotbars, but I strongly recommend that you instead experiment and find your own, because this is entirely a preference thing. So hotbar 1, hotbar 4, slot 1, these ones are Shift 2, 3, 4, 5. And then these ones, which I almost never press, are Alt 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so what I do now is we apply this. And I'm going to go back to telling it to not display hotbar numbers and to hide unassigned slots. Boom, nothing's there. Okay, cool. So now we go into our actions. So heavy swing, this is our starter button. This goes on Q, because this is the button that we're going to press the most. Then its combo goes on E, and the normal ending for its follow-up goes on R. Then we look at our AoE, so this is Overpower, which is an AoE, and then I don't get the second one because that's a warrior thing, but that can just sit there. We do get an alternate finisher, however I happen to know that warrior's AoE is only 2 buttons, so we're going to put Storm's Eye here. So this is the alternate finisher, so we go Q, E, and then we either press R or Control R. And for AoE we press Control Q, and then we press Control E, and we just keep doing that. So then we come to the other buttons. So we have Berserk. This is a button that we want to press every single time it comes off cooldown, but it's not an attack or something. It goes over here on 1. Tomahawk, our ranged pull button. This goes on Shift space. Thrill of Battle. This is like our an instant self heal. This goes on Alt 1. This is a defensive cooldown, but the way it works is not normal for a defensive cooldown. So I've put it on this like other one that I don't always use. And then Vengeance is our most specialist defensive button on a 2-minute cooldown. So it can sit right there. So now we go over to our roll traits. Rampart is our basic defensive cooldown. It goes on Control 1. Low Blow, which is a stun, which we only use sometimes because I use Shift for something else. And I also find Control easy to press because I just curl my finger in and press it with my knuckle because I have long fingers. So this is a stun. It's not super important, but we don't want to get it mixed up with anything else, so it goes all the way up here. Provoke, similarly, this is a button we shouldn't have to use, but sometimes we have to use. So it goes up here for the moment. I may put it somewhere else later. Interject is another one of those. Interject and Low Blow are kind of the same ability, except they interrupt different things. Interject is like the best button in the game. I will stand by that. Reprisal, this is a defensive cooldown, but it works for everyone. it goes on shift 5 or shift 4. I'm going to start using shift 4 because I'm going to put something else on shift 5 probably, but I'll leave it on shift 5 for now. So I use this when there's about to be like a big AoE attack that hits everyone, instead of I'm like only being concerned about myself. Then arm's length, this is a generic defensive cooldown. I put it on control 3 just because that's where it is on a lot of jobs, because DPS get this as well. But like this order is whatever. I could even put like vengeance here, but we're gonna get some different defensive cooldowns at other points, so no worries. And shirk, which is a pretty special button, I'm gonna put over here. This is too far to the side. And then under general, I'm gonna put sprint over here and limit break over here. I'm probably never going to use limit break for a long time, but I would like to have it there just in case. And there's nothing else that I really need to have on this list, right? Like everything else I can just access from, you know, wherever I want. There is some other stuff that I'm going to add like later to this setup. But this is stuff that I click on instead of having as a like hotkey, because it's less commonly used and it's used very specifically. The last thing I need is Defiance. So this goes here opposite Shirk. Defiance is your tank stance. It causes your attacks to like generate way more hate than they normally do. Shirk instead diverts 25% of the hate you have to the targeted party member. So I have these set up like this because they're opposite to each other. Yes, exactly. Like you shouldn't like, and even as a healer, like you don't press limit break as a healer until you get into 8-mans or you start getting level 3 limit break. Up until that point, limit break is like a DPS toy, and even after that point, if you have to press it as a healer, something has gone wrong. And if you have to press it as a tank, it's because there's a specific mechanic where you have to press it or you die, with nothing in between. The last thing that I'm going to set here is Holmgang, but I'm not going to set the actual Holmgang. What I'm going to do instead is set Holmgang so that with a specific macro, which I will show you how to set up, because Holmgang is a bit weird. So for Holmgang, it doesn't require a selected target to be cast, but if you have a target selected and the target is not in range, then you can't cast it. And Holmgang is the thing that stops you from dying. Literally, like you cannot die for 10 seconds while this is up, except for very specific mechanics. So what we're going to do is I'm going to go to user macros. I'm going to click on this one to make a new one, and I'm just going to call it Holmgang. And we're going to say action Holmgang, and we're going to set M icon Holmgang. And then the content that we do, and this is extremely goofy, is we actually do this. So this causes Holmgang to activate on you even if you're targeting something else. So you can do it even if they move out of range for whatever reason. So this one goes on control 5. Control 5 is about as far as I'm comfortable reaching, and this move is on a oops, did I? Yeah, this is on a 5-minute cooldown, which is actually, is this the shortest cooldown? Because you can use Holmgang twice in some things to like cheese certain mechanics. Yeah, this is a 5-minute cooldown. I don't want to hit it by accident, so I put it all the way over there where I won't hit it by accident. And when we get to unlocking the job, we'll get a lot more actions and stuff here, and I'll show you how I set them up as well. So with that, I think we can actually get started. I don't quite have this like quite set up the way I necessarily would love to have it set up. Because I had to remake it from scratch. I'll see if I can find a yeah, okay. This isn't quite its final form, but quick image 21, we'll find out whatever that was later. Properties. Like this is how my Viper hotbars ended up, so you can see that I don't have this set up in quite the same way that I might like them to be just at the moment, but they're good enough and I'll refine them as we keep going. Okay. So now let's talk to Riceloff and play the game, and to do that I need to put my chat sensor back up. Oh wait, can I not? Okay. I was going to go and register at the Etherite. But I'm not allowed to do that yet, apparently. Yeah, I think I figured out what my problem here is. No, that still looks weird. Oops. I guess that's probably better. Let me move this out of the way. Oh, not you, you. And this doesn't need to be so big. I'll just turn it down to 100%. Turn the XP bar back down to 100%. There we go. Do pay attention to these pop-ups. I don't need to because I already know everything they say, but you should read them because they will tell you useful things. Ara. Like that? Ah. Now, I've always been partial to the Mazda RX-7. Specifically the FC version. The FC3S version. I'm gonna make this bigger. Yeah, that's more like it. Okay, so we actually... No, we're not live yet. And I'll tell you how I can... how I know that. If you take a look, I'll actually move the XP bar a bit, because I just realized I'm actually slightly cutting off the right-hand side of the screen. Because I overlapped the... there we go. I overlapped the frame like an idiot and only just noticed. So see down here in the bottom right, there's like this empty gap. Well, that's about to change. So Nimia will ask you to do a thing, which is just kind of to get you started. And this is actually someone having a lark, but that's alright. We haven't actually started playing the game yet, per se. This is all happening client-side. rather than properly online. Where I'm actually not sure if this is purely client-sided or if it's just instanced. But either way, we pick up all of these. And the point of this is to get used to this interacting thing. So click once to target, click again to interact, wait for the progress bar to fill up, and you can get moving. Oh, we are back in the real game. Okay, now we've moved on to the real game. Notice that there's a little moon icon down here that you can barely see around the frame. That is telling you that you are in a sanctuary, and I can use that to line up where I want the edge of my experience bar to be. So if you log out in this area, you'll start building up a reserve of like rested experience, and until you run that out, you'll get more experience whenever you do anything. So it's worth like logging out in a sanctuary and not staying logged in when you're done for the day. Yeah. Quick tip for this. You can right click on this, or you can use the subcommands button. So on PS4 controller, that's square, and you can and it will automatically like pick it out of your inventory, because you can see that we've also got this, but we wouldn't be able to hand this one over. So I'm actually going to put that potion just down here. You generally won't use a lot of potions in normal content, but when you are just starting out, it's actually worthwhile having healing items on hand. Because you can die pretty quickly, especially early in the game where you don't have all of your healing stuff set up. Now that my headphones are no longer running low on battery, I can unplug my Nintendo Switch controller from them, which was charging them, and plug it back into my DS4 controller, because that's my PS5 controller, because that's a thing that is happening in my setup. Somehow my Switch controller cable got swapped with what I'm pretty sure was originally my headphone cable, and now it's being used for my PlayStation 5 controller. My setup is a complete mess. So return and teleport you don't need to have on your hotbar, because you have this travel thing on the main menus, so I would normally use this to get things done. Return doesn't cost any MP, and you can use it even when you get killed. The problem is that it has a 15-minute cooldown, so if you get killed twice in succession, you're going to be staying down for a while. So this guy will explain the markets to you briefly. This is something that you don't really need to do anymore. Now, did I start with any money on this character? No, I did not. Okay. Some places you get bonuses for starting a new character. This, I've already probably used up the goodwill from that one. Not you. As soon as you're able, I'd recommend picking up spine drops and echo drops, and eye drops, and antidotes wouldn't really hurt either. But spine drops cure paralysis and echo drops cure silence. These things are fatal to spellcasters, and spine drops, well, paralysis is very dangerous to everyone. When you're soloing, especially early on, paralysis will probably kill you more than anything else if you don't get out of the way of something that inflicts it in time. So yeah, once you've got money, I suggest maxing out on these and just having them to hand. What I actually came in here for was for you. Mineral water. Although technically algorithm milk and buffalo milk cost the same and do the exact same thing, but the point here is actually the plus 3% experience bonus. When you're level grinding, because you don't want to waste like actual food on it, this is the cheapest way to get the 3% food buff. I should mention as well, Rafflesia is on the Dynamis data center, so it's a new server. So we get this buff Road to 90. So this gives us a big experience bonus when we are at level 90 or below, which will like really hurry things up. So now the first one we really want to do, apart from visiting the Marauders Guild, which like we will get there, but first I want to tag all of these Ethernet shards, which have I just not looked at one of these in a while, or do these look a lot nicer? So having done this, you can now travel to any Ethernet shard that you've attuned to. This makes getting around cities much faster. Yeah, so there was a big graphical update along with Dawntrail, like the whole engine got revamped. In particular, the amount of clutter that they could have was really improved, so spaces tend to look a lot more lived in and less empty now. Over here is where I want to be. So I've actually set auto run now, and I'm just steering by holding down right click and turning the mouse. Oh, I accidentally shrunk the minimap again. Oops. Here we go. Go down this way. So you can see the sprint cooldown is ticking down. And it's in the center. You can also get it to just be in the bottom left. I just like having it in the center because that's what I'm used to. So get this Ethernet shard here, and then I think that's the... Oh, why am I zoomed in that far? There we go. I think that's the last one down here. Yes, it is. So we're going to go back to the Ethernet Plaza. I'm so unused to navigating Limsa on foot. So that's the Marauders Guild. Why not? We may as well go there now. To the receptionist who then asks you to go through a lot of stuff that I've read before, but which is worth reading if you are new, because it tells you a bit about the history of what you're getting into. So these starter quests will give you a few enemies to go and hunt down, which is basically just to get you used to the idea of like how combat and so on works. So we're gonna go racing down this way. Impossible challenge for me. This person repairs your gear. This person teaches you like basic tutorial stuff. However, I cannot count the number of times I have walked over to the smith to get my gear repaired, because that makes sense, right? So then Battaron gives you this thing and he's like, hey, why don't you sort this out? Before we do that, however, we're going to tag all of the remaining Aetherite shards, and I'm going to drop by the local post Moogle. In fact, I just realized, is this the... Do you meet a Moogle in Uldar as well, or do you only meet one in the Gridania opening? I should mention, in this setting, Moogles are invisible to normal people, so some really funny stuff happens in the intro cutscene for the Gridania. Yeah, no, I mean in the intro sequence, in Gridania you meet a Moogle. I couldn't remember if you meet one in Uldar as well, or if it's just Gridania. But the advantage to getting all of the Aetherites is that you can then jump to the exterior locations, which is very time-saving. Just Gridania, okay. The Gridania intro cutscene is very funny. So, see how I have 20 letters? We're gonna get all of those, because a bunch of them are useful items and so on. Yes, I know I can't carry any more items, that's why I'm doing this. So this is all the stuff that I got from, you know, pre-orders, from being involved in the Recruit a Friend campaign, from being a long-time player back when they were running that. A bunch of this stuff I think you do get as a new player, because I think they changed it so that everyone who buys the game gets all of the previous, like, long-term subscription stuff. Some of this is stuff that you get for, like, pre-ordering certain things, though. But, like, if you play for very long, you will end up with all of this stuff. So it's probably worth showing you how to use it all up. I can't believe I actually used all of these Aetheryte tickets. On my main, I mean. But I also wanted to show off, like, how minions and mounts and stuff work, because a lot of people get really confused about that. The minions are also just generally really useful, because the minions that you get from this, especially the wind-up cursor, are good enough to, like, win the minion, and that's a really easy way to make MGP. And I'm pretty sure I had more than 20 letters, so... Yeah, I know, but I can activate them. I knew I had more stuff. I don't accept random friend requests. Oh, is that you? You need to tell me something if it's you, because I don't accept random friend requests. Okay, so these emotes, you use these and you can then perform the emote. For mounts, you have to use the associated items. So for the draft chocobo, I need to do this. See, if you'd walked up and done the pay respects emote, I would have known it was you immediately. And the same for minions, you have to use the item before you can summon the minion or mount. Did you? Oh, you did. I was just in the middle of doing everything. Okay. The wind-up Odin is also, like, really good in Verminion in terms of, like, being able to beat the CPU. That's all you really need to do. Make sure not to use the Fantasia by accident. Oh, don't use this either. These aren't used, they're traded in Mordona of all places. We will go there eventually, but not now. I guess that proves that the algorithm is working then. Thanks for dropping in. Oh, and thank you for the subscription. Okay, inventory cleaned. I'm just gonna do... Oh, I don't have teleport unlocked yet. Okay, very cool. However, we are now all set. So, we're going to head outside and start killing mobs. The Fantasia is part of the... It comes with the wind-up cursor. I don't know what you have to do for that. If you are stuck for whatever reason, you can always just click recommended gear and it will equip you with gear that prioritizes stats. Or I think it actually prioritizes item level and stats in some kind of weird way. However, we're not going to wear that. We're going to wear this, which gives us an extra 20% experience. So now we're all set and we can start running around killing things. So you can see that Mame down here, yeah, go away, actually started glowing. No, it's this. Okay, so if the numbers are missing, I can't. Let me. You can see how when I hit heavy swing, Mame lights up. So Mame on its own is actually weaker than heavy swing. It's only 100 potency, but if you do it after heavy swing, it's 250 potency. So that's kind of the core of the game, is this combo system for weapon characters. And I've walked into a Fate. So this is this blue zone on the map. Oh, that guy's gonna have a time. You okay, buddy? Yeah? Okay. He seems to be okay. So fates are kind of like communal events. As long as you're the right level or above, in which case you can sing to it, you can drop in. At higher levels, these are a really good way of getting experience, and there's also some rewards that you can only get by them. But we're not going to worry about that for now. We're just going to keep killing ladybugs. You can also see, I'll actually show it on this. You can see that I actually press the next button in the combo quite a bit earlier than I have to. So once it gets to about here, you can press the button in advance and it will like buffer it a fairly long time. So you have quite a bit of time to do actions and so on. So we're going to run back and turn in this quest, and then we're going to pick up the level 5 quest. At this point in the game, your job quests and role quests will come every 5 levels. Make sure you do them, because some of them unlock abilities, not just like giving you gear and stuff. It's really frustrating when people show up and are like, oh, you know, where do I get that move from? And you know, I'm this level, I should be doing this level of content, and they don't have any of the things that they're meant to have. It's like, oh, I just haven't been doing my job quest. It's like, you idiot. Where am I going? Marauders Guild. Annoyingly, the hunting log that he gives me does not come with, go to logs, hunting logs. The little ladybug and wolf rat that he asked me to kill are actually on this log. But they don't count. So I have to go and kill them again. And for this one, you actually need to go downstairs here, I believe. Yeah, so we're going to do a mission that doesn't make sense anymore because the action that it was meant to introduce you to was removed from the game. Because this used to be like this big like overhead slam, which was actually the second part of this combo. Main was part of the alternate combo that ended in Storm's Eye, but they changed it so now there's only Main at the second step and Storm's Eye is always the third step. And Main used to have a dot attached to it, if you can believe it, which is like a damage over time effect, which is kind of wild. I gotta say, the grass in Limsa looks a lot nicer. You know, I'm just waiting for them to retool Summoner into like a dots-focused tank. Yeah, this kind of particle, like, gradient will never look good on stream, especially on YouTube, which allows a much lower bitrate than Twitch. On Twitch, this would probably look fine, actually. You can see I'm getting, you can't see that I'm getting, but I'm getting plus 200% experience because of the earring, which gives plus 30%, this headpiece, which gives plus 20%, and the Road to 90 buff, which gives plus 100%. Oh, okay. I am streaming in 1080p, but it's like the actual bitrate is the problem as well. Okay. So yeah, this used to be you would have to use a different starting move called, I think it was called Skull Splitter, it might have been called Rock Crusher. This was a while ago, but it was like an overhead swing. So it made sense. They were like, you got to use this specific move on it, and it doesn't make sense anymore. Okay. Oh, right, high quality items exist for some things. I totally forgot about that. We'll talk about that in a little bit. So most of these earlier job quests, these will have kind of two halves to them. So you'll do like one thing and then they'll be like, oh, go back to the quest guy and they'll give you another thing to do, which is often, but not always, a fight. So where we want to go is actually on the upstairs floor from here, but instead of like going up the lift and then running there, we're just going to go to the Aetherite and then teleport straight to the Marauders Guild and call it problem solved. So then we go back downstairs and talk to Solquib. Who is a conjurer who apparently got lost on their way to Gridania. I know, right? So this server is new. It was created kind of to help alleviate the load of players coming in for Dawntrail, which, by the way, is the first time ever that FF14 has launched a new expansion and not had problems on day one. It's like, yay, we finally did it last time, and this is my favorite thing for Endwalker. The problem wasn't that there were too many players per se, it was that there was an arbitrary upper limit on the number of players that could be connected to a physical server. There was like this arbitrary number that they'd set way back when the game first started, because they were like, you know, this is higher than we'll ever have. And so they eventually had to literally stop selling the game for a bit, which is completely insane, right? Okay, level Anasia, so we gotta go to Tempest Gate. So yeah, for newer areas, you'll have to like go to each area individually to make them to like fill in your map. But for these early game ones, it's just like they're just like, nah, screw it, and just unlock the whole map for you at once. Yeah, Endwalker's release was really smooth. There was except for the Circus Tower thing. It was really smooth. I'm just gonna like pitch in here really quickly, and the reason I'm doing this is just to make this fate go away so that I can do the like quest in peace, and we're gonna pick up these Aurelias. Yeah, they really like yeah, I've got that up way too high and it's too big. Okay, let's bring you down to there and we'll turn you back down to like 100%. That's better. You can see there I reflexively hit R, but I don't have that button unlocked yet. Yeah, it's been a really good launch. I think the early access period also helped to like alleviate the amount of issues they had. Because I know some people just no-lifed the expansion, but like we had some game issues that were related to the new graphical engine thing. Like everything that had ice mechanics was kind of broken. Like Circus Tower in particular, the boss has this like auto wipe mechanic if you don't do it properly, and the way that you do it was broken by the update. I didn't think it did early access for Endwalker and Shadowbringers because I pre-ordered those and didn't get early access. Maybe I just wasn't lucky or something. I don't know. But yeah, we only had like a game engine issue, not a server issue, and it didn't hurt anything in the actual expansion. So this glowing thing means you're going to a duty, which is like an instanced portion of the game. So we walk in and it's going to say duty calls, and we're going to say, yep, let's roll. You'll notice we don't do a lot of drawing our weapon in early cutscenes. Which is kind of weird, but you will get used to it. We don't actually have Defiance yet, you get that at level 10, so we can't actually tank for anyone yet. Oh, I missed it. Okay. So if you miss, your combo won't happen, but I'm not used to missing being a thing that can happen. So I just completely wasted my Berserk. Yeah, but those big Megalo crabs are level 15 to give you like the sense that you're still learning compared to the more experienced characters. Oh, or if you're blind. Being blind adds a mischance, but I'm not entirely sure what the conditions for that actually are. That's a bit better. There is no point in going over there because I can't even activate the Chocobo Keep yet. There's almost nothing in the game that actually inflicts blind anymore, though, after the first boss of Sestasha. No, the second boss of Sestasha, when you fight the pirate captain. He can inflict blind, but almost nothing else in the game does outside of Palace of the Dead and other deep dungeons, which remind you that being blind is really, really bad. I assume magic is... Does magic miss as well? I legitimately don't know. I assume it does, because whether damage is soggy or wet usually only applies to player characters, not to enemies. Sorry, I should... So, I'll show you next time where, next time I'm dealing damage, what I mean by that. Yeah, let's just put this up. So we'll hang out to the Zephyr Gate and then off to Summerfall Farms. For now, we have to run everywhere, but that will change soon enough. These guys will do. So you can see that when I hit him, the floating text had a little sword icon next to it, and the same here, there's a little sword icon. That means that it's physical damage, and if you're doing magical damage, there'll be a little spell icon instead. For ages, that wasn't a thing, and so if you had actions that reduced damage based on whether it was physical or magical, you had to guess. And that really sucked. At the moment, I think there's a pretty good chance that in the next expansion they'll probably remove that as a thing. Because there's really, like, nothing relevant about it. And like, DPSs have their own version of reprisal. Magic classes get Addle, which reduces magic damage by 10% and other damage by 5%. And physical DPS get Faint, which is physical damage is reduced by 10% and magic damage by 5% for single targets. Whereas Reprise is 10% on all nearby enemies for all damage types and is a tank thing. But the thing is, most bosses only deal damage of one type, so the idea of being like, oh, I should, like, bring, you know, people from different DPS roles so that we can, you know, cover our raid wides or whatever, is not really a thing. And, as far as I know, I think the only tank that now cares about what damage type you are is Dark Knight, who has a dedicated defense button that reduces magical damage by 20% on them only, and it's, like, really annoying, and I wish they'd change it for anything else. I just realized they've changed the, yeah, thanks. They've changed the design of the garter strap, like, to take advantage of the new engine. So there's a lot more detailing on it now than there used to be. Right, okay, so I have to, yeah. Please have an eye level 5 item. Bugger, I'm gonna have to go and buy one. So yeah, this quest teaches you about item level, which is the main qualifier on your personal power level. Make sure you talk to all Chocobo keeps, by the way. These become available once you hit level 10, and you can use them to quickly move between areas, but you'll have to talk to the Chocobo keep in each location before you do that. So I need to buy a headpiece. Oh, I literally don't have the money. Okay. Wow, that hasn't happened in a while. Yeah, I'll equip this. And then we will, as soon as we've spoken to him again, take it off. I also forgot to attune to the Aetherite here, which you should do first thing as a matter of course. And I'm actually going to set my home point to it. So this means that if I get bopped, I will, and I use return, I'll come back here. So what I'm going to do, I'm actually going to log out to the main menu for a minute, because I need to do something. What I'm going to do is play the original opening movie. And that will give you some context for what is going on in, like, at the start of the game. I was away that entire time, and it's still only, like, hadn't quite finished by the time I got back. It's a long-ass, tutorial. However, that does provide you with some context about... Hold on, OBS is trying to crash. Turn you back on. There we go. Okay. Oh, no, now VC face is vomiting. That's okay, we'll cope. Yeah, that kind of provides some context to what is going on in the game at this point. Before we actually do that though, since we reached level 10, we're going to ride back to LL. And, yes, I will say the plot of 1.0 is very Final Fantasy-ish, like classic Final Fantasy, where it turns out that stuff that people thought was an actual phenomenon was actually like sufficiently advanced technology. Because that's kind of the main thing that separates classic Final Fantasy from Dragon Quest, is it's always kind of been more of a sci-fi than a straight fantasy. Now, I am dramatically out-leveling the main story quest at this point, and I actually don't like that, but we are going to fix that in a minute. Yeah, you should probably just have tank stance on all the time, except in, like, coordinated stuff, where you want a main tank and an off tank. Yeah, and in that case, you turn it on after, like, the opener anyway. Okay, where are these? Blind Iron Mountain. So we're going to Red Roost instead. Now I'm pretty sure you can actually truck over to there immediately. No, you need to be able to turn it on and off because because of multiple tank content where you need a main tank and an off tank. The off tank will eventually turn their tank stance on so they start generating aggro, but you need to like be able to do that, and that's not a thing that you can do by having it as a passive. It functionally is a passive though, because of tank mastery. Oh wait, no, they changed that. Never mind, ignore me. I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. Yeah, but the problem is the opener, right? Because otherwise you'll just be screwed the entire time, and shirking immediately isn't useful because it only diverts a percentage of the aggro. I mean, even if it was 100%, because of how aggro works, you'd still catch up, especially if you like had a higher damage opener than another tank, like I don't know, anything versus Paladin. Or whatever. Actually, I don't remember what the Yep, wrong one. I forget what the lowest damage tank is because it doesn't really matter that much. But that's like the one place where it matters is because if you both have tank stance on, then the tank who does more damage in the opener will get aggro, and that can be bad. Yes, but then you can't tank swap. Because you need to have the other tank take aggro like at a specific time. That's what makes it a tank swap and not just someone else like taking over. Technically Provoke does generate a little bit of hate at the moment, but like in some circumstances, if Shirk just caused you to not generate hate, you could Shirk and you would like not end up far enough down for it to like be consistent that the other person would still maintain hate even if they voked. Yeah, I don't know, it's kind of tricky. I personally am happy with it being a stance, and I think that that's fine. But there's a reason that it's over here on my bar instead of something that I might want to press a lot. Well, it only turns off when you level sync down. You just need to pay more attention. And by people, you mean you, right? Really? Really? You're gonna pretend that you don't forget to turn your stance on or your cardio on all the time? Okay, sure. Yeah. These ones where the heart is, these unlock housing districts. I'm going to do this just to like get rid of the quest, but you aren't going to be getting player housing for some time. The most of the entry level housing, like a small plot, is 3 million gil at base. It's usually a bit more than that. And then large plots can be like, I think they go up to like 30 million gil. However, I'm going to access the quest just so that I've unlocked it. In fact, despite this being new, I would bet that... Oh, wow. Oh, they probably haven't started selling on this server yet, actually, now that I think about it, because, yeah, like 50 million gil for a large plot, 20 million for a medium, and 3 and a bit for a small. And believe it or not, this is actually less shitty than it used to be. So there's one of these in each of the 3 major areas. There's the Goblet in Uldar and the Shire in Gridania. It's not called that. I don't remember what it's called. Lavender Beds. That's what it's called in Gridania. It's literally the Shire. Complete with hobbit holes. Don't worry, buddy. I was born in 1990. I'm never going to own my own home unless I inherit it. And where are we going? Galgo's there. All the way over there. So I get to run all the way over there. Or jog for another 14 seconds and then run all the way over there. So Galgos, these guys are interesting. If these ones behave like other Galgos. Yeah. You'll notice that these ones throw things at you. And don't move. So that means that when you're taking them, you need to move up onto them and pull the pack onto them because they won't come to you. Yeah, this is a ranged mob. You have to... There are other ways you can deal with them. So, for example, I'm not sure if it will work here, but if you break line of sight, then they'll move up until they can see you again, but they take the shortest and most direct route. So it ran all the way up here and around the corner. So your options are run around a corner to make them come to you, or you pull the pack on top of them. Those are your 2 options for dealing with ranged mobs. I bring this up because I ran into a tank in the level 99 dungeon earlier today. So that's the last like main story quest dungeon in the game. And they didn't know how to deal with ranged mobs. And it's really obnoxious because if you don't get mobs to group up together, then your DPS trying to do area of effect attacks are just never going to be able to actually connect on everything, and it really sucks. Okay, so now we are heading to over here. This time we are going to trek over to Summerford Farm, so we drop down here. Yep. As I accidentally fumble my mouse and stop running. And I'm going to get off here, because where we're going is actually over this way. I'm also going to show you a really goofy, like, leveling thing here. Berserk causes your next 3 weapon skills to be critical direct hits, and main is much stronger than heavy swing. It's 100 potency more. So we do heavy swing first, then press berserk. And so this way we get 2 maims. It didn't matter, but if it had mattered, there we go. This way we get 2 maims in our berserk. This is only relevant while leveling. It stops becoming relevant, like, later on, almost entirely. But I'm a huge nerd and like figuring out stuff like that. I might increase the size of this. Oh, okay, not that. I'll raise it just a little bit so that its progress bar is a bit bigger. Okay, now we go back to Windsor. You'll notice that I've set it to a favored destination, so it's now much cheaper to teleport there. I just noticed that it displays all of these. I mean, this one makes sense, but these are technically all spoilers. This is particularly funny. But I guess there's not enough information to really spoil you unless you already know that it's a spoiler. I guess with these, though, these get mentioned a lot, so finding out that you go there is arguably a pretty reasonable size spoiler. So a consequence of this is that we are given permission to take up different jobs. Now, I'll talk about gathering and crafting later. But for now, we're going to go over to the Arcanist Guild and we're going to pick that up. And the reason that we're going to do that is because I'm now much higher level than the main story quest. I'm 7 levels over it, and I don't want to waste that experience. So we're going to go over here and talk to the receptionist. Once again, I'm skipping all of this because I've read it like 5 times, but I recommend that you actually read it because it's like interesting information about the story and how the job became a thing. And if you aren't interested in the story, I don't know why you're playing this game. This is a very story-focused MMO. Let me equip my Cloud Axe and change this. And then, so what we're going to do is we're going to take this main weapon and we're going to swap it with the weapon for Arcanist. And it's now unequipped everything that we can't legally equip. So I'm going to go recommended gear and it's going to equip gear again. And we're going to open up the gear list and press this little plus icon. And so now if I want to switch back to Marauder, I just click here and go through. Now I'm a Marauder, so you can see all my hotbars changed back. And now I'm an Arcanist. And all my hotbars changed again. And just like before, I'm going to set everything up over here. So Summon Carbuncle, this one is kind of like a stance to all intents and purposes, so it goes here. Radiant Aegis is your defensive tool. Physic you should never cast, but I'm putting it here in case it becomes relevant. Ether Charge you want to press as soon as it's available. And then Summon Ruby, Summon Topaz, and Summon Emerald are like stance moves basically. So you press these pretty much in order. Gemshine is the super version of that. Festa is your special move, and then Energy Drain is how we activate that. Resurrection goes here, where we will also hopefully never use it. Outburst is your AoE, so it goes here. And this is the AoE version of Gemshine, which goes here. And then Ruin 2 is actually an upgraded version of Ruin 1. We get a different Ruin 2 later, which has no cast time, so we can use it while moving, but it does less damage. Then in the role traits, I'm going to put Addle over here. Sleep I put on this panel because you almost never use it. Lucid Dreaming goes over here. Swiftcast goes up here, and Shortcast goes down here. So same as before, go to the Tempest Gate and kill a bunch of things. However, unlike previously, you actually start with the hunting log unlocked, so this will be worth a lot more experience. And because we have a higher level class than this one, we actually get an additional experience bonus. So unlike with physical attacks, which happen instantly, spells have a cast time, and I'm gonna do something here. You can see there I started moving, but I still cast it anyway. This is called a slide cast. This occurs because of latency between my client and the server. Getting good at slide casting is one of the best ways to increase your mobility. It does take a bit of practice, and it varies depending on your connection. But you definitely want to learn how to do that. Okay, you can go down here. You can just sit right there. So So you can see that since I summoned Carbuncle, it now appears up here. I can see that it's set to guard mode, which means that it's going to not attack until either something attacks me or I attack something else. Oh, you can also see that Carbuncle doesn't do anything just yet. But you can see here, if you look at the log, you can see that the Carbuncle doesn't actually do anything while I bonk this wolf rat to death with a book. However, it will do things later, and I need to have it active to cast Radiant Aegis, which is the only way that I have to keep myself alive at the moment. So it's still important. However, later on, once I hit about level 6, I get Ether Charge, which is very important. And then we get the Summon, Ruby, Topaz, Emerald, which are part of the rotation. So it will become a powerful combat asset, but just at the moment it isn't, and I turned the wrong way. Is it just me, or did they make the her female a bit thicker? It's probably just the effect of the upgraded fabrics in the graphics engine combined with like higher fidelity textures, rather than the model actually getting thicker. And this guy's RP walking for some reason. I hope you aren't doing that everywhere. Okay, no, they're definitely doing it on purpose. I was genuinely concerned for a minute. Because, like, on controller, you just, like, press the stick less, but on PC, it's a specific button. And if you don't know about it and you toggle it by accident, it can be hard to toggle it back off again. walking. Because on PC you toggle it with num / or just num /. And if you do that by accident and you don't know about it, you could be stuck walking like this for a long time. I gotta say, that looks a lot better nowadays than it used to. Especially the water effects are a lot nicer. Remembering to actually bop these would probably be good. Now we go back to the Alchemist Guild. You know, I'm just gonna teleport. Very soon I will have so much money that it does not, like, the teleporting costs do not matter. Go to her and she says, go play by the Zephyr Gate, and then we meet our supposed to be endearing NPC who is incredibly annoying. Okay. Yeah, you do take fall damage in this game, but if you aren't in combat, and that includes if something is aggro to you, then you're in combat. But if you aren't in combat, fall damage can't kill you, so like feel free to jump as far as you like. Why did I just get mail? Okay, see these orange markers on the ground? These are telegraphs, and so if you're standing in them when the cast completes, in my case, it's if you're standing in them even slightly before the cast is completed, then you will get hit by it, and that's really bad. Telegraphed attacks do much more damage than normal attacks, and they often do some pretty nasty, like cause some pretty nasty effects. Like in most endgame content, or content that was ever endgame, if you get hit by damage you could have avoided it, you get vulnerability up. So you take much more damage from like later damage, and vulnerability up stacks. Except in some really evil raids where they give you damage down instead, which is arguably worse. Because if you don't kill the boss in time, it will enrage and you will die. Except on, did they fix that one boss that you used to like bring to enrage intentionally because its enrage sucked? But what boss was that even? Yeah, but the damage started so anemic that people were like intentionally triggering the enrage because it was better than dealing with its actual mechanics. I don't know if they ever fixed that, but it's pretty funny anyway. Okay, you know what? I'm pretty sure this used to just be like a flat green slope. Ding. Okay, I have put on my robe and not wizard hat, and so now we are going to continue with the actual plot. I'm just going to go out the Zephyr Gate and run there. That'll be better. So these enemies that have little blue icons, these won't aggro you unless you attack them. But enemies that have red icons, which there aren't too many of around here. Oh, I need to bop you. Okay. Oh, and Fate enemies are, like, always aggressive. These ones that have purple icons. I should probably not be doing this since I'm trying to take advantage of the main story quest experience. That's okay, we can always go and get Rogue. Okay, I'm having no luck finding enemies that have red icons just yet. Oh. Okay, I got stuck. Yeah, I'm currently getting plus 400% experience, which is pretty good. I kind of forgot how strong the road buff is. I may need to, like, stop worrying about the main story quest experience. So here's a tutorial about special instances, which you normally would... Actually, no, you normally would have done the Marauder quest already. Oops. Uh-oh.
私は導く風である。私は夜の星であり、私は朝の空である。私は海で生を受け、そして海で死に向かう。その筆跡に刻まれた船乗りたちの鎮魂歌よ。海で生まれて海で死ぬ。リムサロミーザに生きる民の生き様ね。
I gotta say, that is not the voice that I was expecting to come out of her, given the other two roles that I know the voice actor for are like super hyperactive and spazzy.
海に帰ることができた船乗りには海難事故が起きぬように祈りを。大地に散った船乗りには彼らの魂が海へ戻るための祈りを。あなた、最近サマーフォード省に出入りしている冒険者ね。噂の人さらいを追ってたんだけど、外れだったかしら。
Ashtel is screwing it up. He will do nothing else for like the entirety of AR. I actually kind of still have a grudge against her for what happens during the Titan sequence.
やはりここのエーテルの乱れは人為的なものだったのね。人さらいを追う者がここに2人、それを襲う魔物。この剣、口封じを従っているのは一体誰なのかしら。さあ、やっつけるわよ。あなたと私の2人でね。
Yeah, the part where she sits around in Crystal del Sol on her ass for like 20 quests while you do everything. And then act smug to you about it the whole time. No, I mean the Titan sequence. And then doesn't do that, but no, I do actually mean the Titan sequence. Right? Right? But no, she spends like the entirety of Titan sitting on her ass in Costa del Sol and then and being smug about it while you do fucking everything related to the Company of Heroes. It's less obnoxious now than it used to be. Because they cut like so many of the like filler quests from that up. But all made one? That's quite the boast. Given that you're the problem with that. Also, light shining throughout the realm would also be that. Like, everything she says to you in this cutscene is basically a fucking lie. I realize it's because of like later what are like obviously what were changes or expansions to the lore that makes a lot of this into a lie, but it's kind of funny seeing it knowing what we know now.
気がついた？やはりこの子無理やりにけしかけられたようね。グーブーの背中にこれが刺さっていたわ。このナイフ、ロープを扱う 船乗りたちが使うものよ。どうやらこの件、船乗り、それも海賊たちが絡んでいるのは確かなようね。ところであなた大丈夫？エーテルにでも酔ったのかしら。戦闘の後急に倒れたから驚いたわ。大きなクリスタル、一体何の話を。これは思わぬ収穫もあったものね。私はもう少しこの件を追ってみるつもり。あなたは依頼主に注意を促しなさい。これを見せて海賊らしき者が暗躍しているとね。これから忙しくなりそうだわ。クリスタルの光が重なるとき、また会いましょう。
The float gauge as well. Arcanist ends up with a few too many gauges. You know what, I'm just gonna switch back to... I may as well stay as Arcanist for now. Actually, you know what, no, what I'm gonna do is when we go back to LL, I'm gonna pick up Rogue, and then I'm just gonna use that and go for it. Because Arcanist, well, actually, I'll get to 30 on Arcanist, and then I'll swap to Rogue. Because once Arcanist gets to 30, then I can swap to Scholar, and I could level it up using Healer Qs instead. So it makes more sense to funnel MSQ experience into Rogue. Oh. Sorry, I heard that didn't come through too loud. Alright, so I'm going to Chocobo back to LL, and the reason that we're doing that is because I want to do the level 10 quest. In hindsight, I should have just started as Arcanist, but at least this way you got to see a job change like really early. There's also no limit to how many jobs you can have. Like, you can have all of them if you want. So you can and you should try out every job as you progress through the game. Ah yes, timed with attacks from my carbuncle, which doesn't do anything anymore. Except outside of the Aether charge rotation. Where are we going? Western Lanacea, and you get here by going through... Right, so I need to go back to Summerford. Because I don't... Oh wait, hold on, isn't there a ferry that goes to... Yeah. Normally I would just teleport everywhere. But I really need to scrimp and save just at the moment. Yeah, we're going to Airport. Oh, no. Level 15 for that one, okay. So yeah, choke up at a Summerford and then run across. I feel like there's been a little musical touch-up on a lot of the early game areas that just wasn't mentioned anywhere. But I could just be tricking myself. So something that you'll notice is that some attacks, like this one has an instant cast time and a recast of 1 second, but Ruin, for example, has a recast of 2.5 seconds. And that's true for most of this stuff as well. So this stuff that's on the 2.5 second recast time, this is called the global cooldown. When you press any of these buttons, all buttons that are on the global cooldown will go on cooldown. And so the idea is that between those buttons, while they're on cooldown, I'd press something like Energy Drain. And then I'd be doing things, but without using up my global cooldown. So doing that is called weaving. Doing 2 buttons in one window is called double weaving. It's hard to double weave on most casting windows, because the cast is 1.5 seconds and then you only have 1 second, but... So you normally don't get to double weave because of how animation locks work. So you can see here, during the recast, I tapped Vesta and activated that while I was between casts of Ruin. And you can also see that I didn't move fast enough to get out of range of that AoE, even though I was technically not standing in it when it was cast. Because of the latency on my connection, I had enough like latency between me and the server that it got me anyway. So if like me, you're like in Australia and you're playing on a different server, like a North American server, you will have to move a bit faster than you otherwise might to get out of AoEs. You might even have to pre-position depending on what you're doing. So there are some fights in Dawntrail that are really awful as a result of that. Yeah, you can see here I'm pressing Ruin, and then during the time after Ruin casts, but before I can cast it again, I tap Fester and cast that in the middle. So the idea is that once we get into combat, we press Ether Charge, which buffs our standard damage for 15 seconds. Pretty significantly too. It increases the potency of Ruin by 50, and Ruin's potency is already 240. So that's not like a small amount of potency gained. It's a pretty significant percentage. It's slightly more than 1/5. And then after that 15 seconds is up, then the summons will come online. And so we rotate through each of those and cast their Gem Shine or Precious Brilliance, depending on if it's a single target or AoE situation. And for Summoner, I believe... Is Summoner AoE a gain on 2, or is that only Scholar? Because Art of War is a gain on 2, but I don't know if Outburst is a gain on 2. Let's see. Outburst is 100, so it's only a gain on 3. Okay. And Precious Brilliance does, I don't know how much damage. Because it doesn't tell you, because this game has really good tooltips. You should still read them, but they're kind of obnoxious. You'll spend quite a bit of time early in the game being chocoboed back and forth, and often in the late game as well, once you, when you're in later areas and don't have flying unlocked. However, it does often give you an opportunity to sit back and stretch and have a sip and whatever. I love these guys down here who are clearly having a Pokemon battle. Owls are already short and they're the ones who invented it. They don't need any help wearing shorts. Would they even call them shorts? Probably not, right? Okay, where the hell are we going? I totally spaced out. Okay, we're going back over there. I'm just gonna see what that mail is. There's actually a cutscene in Dawntrail where you see two people basically having a Pokemon battle with carbuncles, and it's like... Well, technically they're fighting each other, but it's like, it's definitely meant to call that to mind. It really gave me a laugh. Oh, right. It's realized that I exist. I forgot that I bought an account wide mount a while ago. And so did the game address. I should mention, these drops I got from monsters, let me just do a quick sort. So these drops I got from monsters are mostly useless. All of this like really low level stuff you would be able to buy at NPC shops, and it's not worth selling on the market board. Higher level stuff, that will change. I'm going to discard most of this stuff, but I'm going to hang on to the animal skin net and animal hide for reasons that you'll see in a bit. Why is the bot being so aggressive? So some streams it doesn't talk at all, and in this stream it's been just super chatty. Okay, where are we going? Middle on us, yeah. You'll notice that I, in fact, cannot summon the Cruise Chaser. Oh, wait, can I? Yeah, no. I saw it and was like, wait, can I just actually do it? But no, you need to wait until you get your Grand Company Chocobo permit, which will be a couple of streams away. I do not. This still looks pretty much the same, though. Yeah, okay, these guys with the, like, red triangle icon, if you... Usually for overworld ones, it's sight. If you walk in their line of sight, they'll, immediately aggro and start chasing you down. What am I looking for here? Grounded pirate. Okay. This one. That was the wrong grounded pirate, but I got one. Just in time for a duty. This duty is designed to teach you about using a skill that doesn't exist anymore. So that's fun. You'll notice that I'm taking no damage, and that's because Radiant Aegis isn't just like a defensive buff. It straight up negates damage equal to 20% of your max HP. So like, I have 206, so that's like 40-ish? 40, 80, 120, 160, 200, yeah. So, and like, it will absorb 40 points of damage before I start taking any damage at all. I'm hanging on to these Aetheryte tickets because later on we'll start teleporting really long distances that cost like thousands of gil. So I don't want to spend all my Aetheryte tickets before then. And this early in the game, there's not really anything that I'm worried about buying. So gil is entirely about like transport at this point. If you make like a new character on a new server and it's your first character on your account, you also get just 1,000,000 gil straight off. I'm level 11, so let's go with this one. Do you know what? I may as well just go with this since I'm gonna get I'm going to get some gear that will last for a while once I'm level 15. Should move this over a bit more. Not you, go away. There we go. I am gonna put stuff there later, but like that's not for a while, so what I should actually do is just like move it up to here-ish. Yeah, and then this can sit here, and then everything's well out of the way. Right, let's hop up here. You'll notice that I've got this pulsing level sync button. If you're above the level for a fate by more than a couple of levels, you'll have to level sync down to it. So your stats and your gear will all be like stat squished so that you can participate without completely making everyone else involved irrelevant. I was looking something up the other day and I actually found a post from the FF14 beta where someone was complaining that like because of level sync there was no point in playing the game since there was no progression and they wouldn't be able to come back and stomp dungeons and stuff. It's like, first of all, you can do that because you can turn off level sync, and second, are you an idiot? Oh, nice. The draw distance has increased enough that I can actually see this guy now. Although that might be because the last time I did this quest I was probably playing on console. There you are. And this person is on the same level as me, so he should be down here somewhere. As you might imagine, swords to plowshares is not the favorite thing for pirates. You don't allow free chocobo roaming yet, do you? So this is mostly to teach you that emotes exist. Using emotes to interact with NPCs as part of quests is a fairly common thing. But the real purpose of this is really just to teach you that it is a thing at all. That was a rude goblin. So to do these, you just target the guy and you do the emote, which I'm going to do with a text command, but you can do it from the menu as well. I will do that, but first I'm going to kill this lamp. Which definitely does not make me sound like a psychopath. Where you see these purple circles, this means that when you walk in, enemies will spawn and you'll have to fight. Try and move all the way into them and don't wander back and forth across them. The game can get a bit weird about that. You know, I'm almost amazed that they didn't retool this to have it be like transporting, but I guess they don't really want to do that before. When did that get introduced? I want to say Shadowbringers was when they began using the transporting minigame. I just reflexively tap the button that I use to dismount off a mount that I'm driving. Okay, I'm just gonna teleport over there. Fuck it. Okay, let me talk to this guy. So this, like, flaming exclamation mark, this is for the main story quest. And then these normal ones are like side quests. And ones that are like this but are blue and have a little plus icon will unlock new things. Or like job quests or whatever. So as you can see, we start our early days just as Beteron said, we are predominantly doing busy work, but you gotta start somewhere. So the cook pot is, annoyingly, you have to go all the way around to get into it. I guess this looks a bit better in the light, but it's still kind of flat. Whereas the texture they used for the seawater looks a lot nicer. Rumble, rumble, rumble. I wonder if you can climb up there from the outside. Nope, there is an invisible wall there. Yeah, see, this one just attacked me straight up. Oops. And then I pressed the wrong button because I fumbled it. Good job, me. What are you missing off this nesting buzzard, cave bat? Oh, the Galago, of course. And a lightning strike from the God's Grip, okay. Must be morning. Never looked at the description of that before. Quite literally a steaming sack of shite. Why do you not like that? Oh, right. I forgot there's no point to that because this gives you... Actually, this gives you piety. No, no, it's intelligence of mind. Yep. These weathered ones give you the same bonus as this does, so there's no point in these. I should have just taken the money. In fact, hold on. Are these... Oh no, it's this one that's level 11. Okay. You get a different ring depending on which city-state you start in. And you also get a different glam item from the level 15-ish quest. Yeah, by the way, this one can be really fun because there's a fate that spawns that like co-ops these mobs to be fate mobs, and it's very annoying. You'll also notice that Ruby Ruin actually has a cast time that is identical to its recast time, so there's no opportunity to weave something in between casts of it. I am going to sprint rather than teleport. Sprint should get me roughly that far. Not if I fall down there, it probably won't. Yeah, when you only have 300 gil, 100 for a teleport is kind of a lot. That was the game giving you a tutorial about how you need to actually, you know, do your job quests, or you won't get all of your actions. So we're gonna talk to this person, and then we're gonna break from this and go and do the job quest instead. So this is a simple, like, talk to the person, get the move, and then it will have an immediate second part, which is a different quest, because it can't, like, something to do with the game prevents it from, like, giving you the action permanently without it being a quest reward or a level up reward or something. I don't know exactly. But this is like a workaround for that, basically. So, previously, the various summons worked as like a stance system. Like red was for power, or normal, and red were for like generic damage. And then yellow kind of made you into a baby tank, and green was for doing area of effect damage. Doesn't work like that anymore. We are going to Aleport, which I should be able to go to now that I'm level 15 by going to the Fisherman's Guild. And taking the ferry to Aleport. Okay. This aetheryte is pretty important, but not for the right reasons. This is the closest teleport to this side of Upper Laodicea, which is divided into two halves, basically. There's this side with Oakwood on this side, and then there's Camp Bronze Lake on this side. And this is the closest point to Oakwood, because there's no aetheryte on this side. But yeah, I'm not going to do it now for time reasons, but this quest, like Cats and Dogs, this is kind of like a tutorial quest that teaches you about minions. It's there's like a few quests in a row, and then you'll end up with 2 minions as a result. Also, this guy has the best name. Oh yeah, there's a guy like this in basically every settlement where you can ask them like what they do and what the place is like. So make sure you talk to them and get some like lore if you're into that. I'd recommend doing it even if you aren't, just so that you have some idea of what's going on. So yeah, this is meant to be like teaching you about using the Topaz Carbuncle stance for defense, but that's not how it works anymore, so... My carbuncle really just strutted up and smacked him. I really wish that Summoner, in addition to getting a raise, also got an Asuna so I could do something about this. Same for Red Mage, actually. I don't know where they found the Conjurer with the Hitler mustache, but that's where we are, apparently. Before the Summoner rework, this was actually kind of a difficult, no, it's not. So at one point this was actually a kind of difficult fight, simply because you really had to like make use of something that you probably didn't really know how to use very well. So previously you would have actually been able to put a barrier on the healer, but that's no longer an option. Oh, there's a guy hiding down here, okay. So yeah, like previously you could kind of act like a ghetto tank for the healer, but that doesn't work anymore, so you just kind of have to out DPS the enemies. Not a great time for a meltdown. However, there is a very understandable reason for it. Excuse me. Oh wow, that was fast. Okay, does that mean that I now have access to the smith, or do I have to wait? Let's find out. You. Right, so once you're level 15, you can talk to this guy and start doing all the novice training. I strongly recommend doing this. Not only will this teach you the basics of like moving and working in a party, I will also explicitly teach you about AoEs and stuff, and you'll get some gear that can carry you to level 25 or further. Most important, however, is that for completing all 10 lessons of any one role, you will receive the brand new ring, which gives plus 30% experience when you are level 30 or below. And it's also probably the best thing you're going to have in your ring slot for a while, because finding rings that provide plus 3 to stats that you care about is not easy. So this one is just AoE avoidance. You can quite literally do this one one-handed. But avoiding AoEs really is this easy. So he chains you in here and cast Iron Tempest, but the chain lasts for only half the cast time, so you've got plenty of time to move out of the way. And then you just need to dodge some like combo attacks, basically. And you'll notice that after the cast is complete, you can just step back into where the AoE was. And it won't actually hit you, it only cares if you were in the strike zone when the cast finished. So you'll want to do this for each of the 3 roles. I believe it's DPS, tank, and healing. I don't think there's different ones for the different kinds of DPS. But the gear you get from them is level 15, but the stats it has can easily last you to level 25 or level 30. And this one teaches you to target the target that your tank is targeting so that you don't accidentally end up with aggro. You can see there that I fit 2 Festas in because Ether Charge casts instantly. So I have the full 2.5 second global cooldown to fit in 2 off cooldowns. And this teaches you about positionals. That's a thing for melee DPS. Casters don't have to worry about it. But I'll talk about that when I swap over to Rogue. Just one thing about casting, you saw that like I was standing here and the fight was happening here and the healer was over here. Realistically, I should have actually been over here, so that if the healer had to cast an AoE heal, it would have easily got all 3 of us. You don't want to stand out in like fucking Narnia and cast spells in the doorway or whatever. Not only will that cause you to be out of range of heals and party buffs and so on, but in dungeons where there are like wandering mobs, you will probably attract their attention, and so you'll be adding in a new enemy that you may or may not be ready to take on. So this is basically the same as last time, except that we will have to switch targets every now and then. This is all really basic stuff, but it's stuff that you'll want to like have drilled down. So you notice that this time I'm actually standing in what is effectively the correct place. Let me just bring this guy down. Oh no, wait, hold on. I think that, yeah, there's a different DPS chest piece for magic, I think, maybe? We'll find out. It might just be that the magic DPS one is shared with the healing one. So now we're going to put together everything that we learned in the first few lessons, and this is kind of like the core skill involved in the game, is you need to, when dealing with bosses, you need to avoid their area of effect attacks and their telegraphed attacks, while also like not pulling aggro, not moving too far away from the healer, making sure they're hitting the right person, and so on. It's not as hard as I made it sound just then. So notice that there I actually interrupted my cast rather than take damage, because, and I know that this will be a foreign concept to many DPS players, but you don't deal any damage at all while you're dead, and you deal reduced damage for a minute after you get revived. So dropping an attack in favor of avoiding taking damage is pretty much always better, outside of very niche circumstances. Okay, so yeah, the magical DPS is shared, the healer one, so I will have to come back here as rogue and as tank. So this one teaches you that sometimes adds show up. So adds here means additional enemies. Depending on the fight, the adds might be the responsibility of the tank or the responsibility of the DPS. For example, in the level 35 version of Second Temple of Khan, you should have the tank deal with the adds, because the tank can pull them onto the pad where they need to die. But in another dungeon like Shisui, the first boss of that has an ad that the DPS should kill without the tank having been involved, because the ad is extremely weak, and if its primary threat is it getting to live long enough to activate a puddle, which is really obnoxious and you don't want it to do that. DPS roles also tend to be a bit beefier than healers, so in a pinch, if the healer is getting hit and you're DPS, you should probably try and take that hate off the healer, especially if the healer is in a position where they can't really like lure the ad to the tank. Or the tank just hasn't noticed they've lost aggro, which is a thing that can happen. So the point of this one is to teach you that on some fights, there's like actual things on the battlefield you need to interact with in the same way that you will interact with like, you know, picking stuff up in the field and so on. The very first dungeon in the game, Sastasha, actually has a mechanic like this in the first boss, but unless they've changed it, we don't do it. We just do the, like, we just kill the boss before it matters. So because I'm going to have to move up here, what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to move over here and start fighting this guy. And then I'm going to work out where the lever is, which is over here. I knew it was one of these two. And who does those mechanics in a fight can vary a lot by fight, but it's often either the healer or the DPS, depending on the context. Like, in something where you have to heal really aggressively, it would probably be up to the DPS, but in other fights where you don't have to heal aggressively, it's quite likely that the healer will take on that duty, because they have the lowest personal DPS. Oh, it's only 7 exercises. I thought it was 10 for some reason. Maybe it's more if you're a tank. Oh, it plays the, like, super serious boss music and everything. So yeah, this kit, the brand new set, this will last you until level 25 easily. It can last you longer than that if it has to. So in that case, I interrupted my own cast by moving a little bit so that I could start casting quicker than if the game would have auto-interrupted it. Unfortunately, I don't have an AoE until level 26, so I just kind of have to deal with it. That Gladiator, amusingly, is using an attack that also doesn't exist anymore. This one has this nasty AoE, so I'm intentionally standing all the way over here. I'm actually going to get a bit closer so that I'm closer to the healer. And that gets me the brand new ring. Now this thing is really good. Look at this. +3 to all of your primary stats. Alright, I should mention that. So you can mouse over these to get a look, but for almost all of the melee DPS jobs, strength is what you want, but for physical range damage and for rogue weapons you want dexterity. I don't see Viper in this list, so I assume it works here and they just forgot to put it in. And Vitality is max HP, Intelligence is your offensive stat for magical DPS, and then Mind is your healing magic and offensive magic when you're a healer. Mind also is your healing magic potency even when you're not healer. It just also affects attack magic when you're healer. So healers stack mind, whereas magical DPS stack intelligence. So at the moment, because magical DPS and healers share gear, this 400 potency cure is not any worse than a healer's cure. But that will change very quickly at later levels. Now, where are we going? The road was for Canyon, which is all the way out there, so we need to Chocobo to Summerford. I really wish there was an Aetheryte just like at the Chocobo post, so you didn't have to jog all this way. It's like that in both Gridania and Uldar. It's just Limsa that doesn't do it, and it annoys me every time I have to run this far. Have a big stretch. I'm going to get off here. And we're going to go for a spirited jog. Do we go down? No, we go along here. Incidentally, I'm aware that I'm not showing it, but if you do decide to start in Limsa, or even if you don't, I strongly recommend picking up Rogue. Rogue was added to the game a bit later, and its job quests are much more engaging than the base game ones. They have a lot more fun in the cutscenes, and the character cast is, in my opinion, much better than most of the other ones. So it's quite entertaining to do. Oh no, anyway. I just did something I shouldn't have done and triple leaved, so I actually clipped my GCD, so that's bad. Try not to do that. I got greedy. Then perish. Yeah, the brand new set is much stronger than it should be, and level scaling doesn't, like, it scales you down to a point where even high level stuff is still like better than at level stuff. So you know, while it's thinking, I'm just gonna dip over to my overlays gallery and I'm going to, oh, hold on. Oh, no, we're not voice. All right, hold on. I'm just going to fix that overlay slightly. No, I don't want to move it. I want to extend it. To like this long. This is correct, right? Yeah, that's what I have set. But what are you doing? Oh, that's what the issue is. Okay, it was on the wrong. Yeah. How's that look? Yeah, that's a bit better, isn't it? Let's make that a little bit longer. Yeah, okay, that's looking a bit better. You're never too young to have a Vietnam flashback. I'm pretty sure that this is the most useful thing that Yashala does for the like entirety of A Realm Reborn. Yashala being like, I wouldn't imagine I would ever see Ether, and now I take it for granted is very funny in the context of what happens later. Hey, we managed to not fall over this time. That's an interesting combination. The heavy armor gauntlets with the hooded cowl that is for magic classes. Now we're heading back to LL. So time for a stretch. This time we'll just go straight up here. No, not to the airship landing. I got a new keyboard just recently and the keys are in slightly different positions, so I'm still sometimes messing up. So having done this first arc, you get access to an in-room. This is a good place to log out. And it also unlocks leaves, which you'll want to unlock this before you get into crafting and gathering. But I won't use it much for combat. So this is a fairly good point to break, but I'll go over what to do with an in-room in the meantime. So we'll pick up, which quest is this? That's the Swift Perch Leaves quest. I'll look at that tomorrow. I'm picking this up so that I don't forget what I'm doing at a later date. Which quest is this? Nope. You have to do this quest to unlock guild leaves generally. So I'm going to do this, but not right now. This is a Nothing Burger quest. Okay. So let's check that. So in-rooms have a lot of stuff that you can use. This we'll call the Aesthetician, which lets you change up your appearance. You can change the music here in the orchestrion. This is for retainers, which we'll have to talk about later because I don't have access to them yet. This lets you play with minigames that you've unlocked. The armoire can be used to store certain kinds of gear, usually job gear, seasonal gear, and so on. And this is the Glamour Dresser, which once we unlock it, can be used for the true end game, which is dressing up in fashion without changing your stats. And finally, there's this Down-Ending Journey. This lets you replay cutscenes, which is really useful if you forgot something. And finally, we have the Comfy Feather Bed. So this lets you try out online store gear, which is pretty neat. Logout will take you to the main menu, and exit game will let you exit the game. The advantage to doing this is that in addition to getting a cute little cutscene, loading in to an in-room is fairly quick. And it's a sanctuary, so it's like a good place to log out of the game. So I'm going to call it quits here for tonight, because we got through kind of like the first act of the game, as it were, and covered a lot of basic stuff. So we'll move on to like the next leg of the game and some more advanced stuff next time, which will be not tomorrow, maybe on Thursday for me. We'll see what happens, but until then I will be hanging out. If you want to come and play with me, I'm on Rafflesia, but I'll be doing a lot of this solo just so that I can like control the pace of it. But you can swing by my Discord, and I have a bunch of other characters that I play on, so maybe we can play on those if you like. Yeah, I will see you all later. Thank you so much for watching, and I hope that I made your day and your game a little bit better.